Attacchiamo? Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everybody. Please take a seat so we can kick off. Let me first comment this billboard in this place. I've been traveling Italy and the world, and let me say that this is a breathtaking venue for such an important event. Beautiful venues can somehow help us in reflecting upon what we're trying to discuss today. We're here to talk about mobility. The title of today's event is Mobility for Everyone, Everywhere, within the framework of the Mobility Week, the European Mobility Week. And they focus on mobility made accessible for everybody, regardless of gender, social class, disability, and so on and so forth. Here in Italy, we do have an eye on these kind of issues, but it's not so everywhere in the world. The problem is not just that of belonging to different social classes, let me say, but also a territorial and geographical divide, and clearly the economic one. This third edition of City Flows focus on mobility made accessible for everybody. And let me say that it took us 40 minutes to get there this morning, so it is an issue in this city. So this is the third edition after Siracusa in 2023 and Trento 2024, organized by Unipolis Foundation, the European Transport Safety Council, the Unipol Regional Councils, and 3 local agencies, insurance companies represented by their local agencies, and you'll meet them today. Sponsors of the event include the Umbria region, the Municipality of Perugia, and the University of Perugia. Let me remind you of the artworks of Teresa Chiaraluce. You can see them here. They're on display. Teresa Chiaraluce is an artist from the La Casa degli Artisti Association. Her pieces explore the theme of urban landscape and the relationship between built spaces and people, and you can clearly admire them during the coffee break. Let's kick off. We have several speakers. I don't like to interrupt people, but I will do so because time is against us. We have a very strict schedule. We need to make sure that people online are also here. So first and foremost, the president of Umbria region, Stefania Proietti, but let me now give the floor to Massimiliano Presciutti, president of the province of Perugia, for his opening remarks. The floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I see many youngsters here, and I'm very happy about it. They're not just our future, but also the present of our communities. So a heartfelt welcome. The mayor will welcome you as well, but I'm happy to be here today to talk about mobility in Umbria, in the Umbria region, in such an important week. This is important for us. We talk about about Umbria as a landlocked region. And the mobility issue here is really important. most of all in rural areas, in mountain and hilly areas. Clearly, we are competitive when it comes to landscapes and natural beauty, but on the other hand, it's something that represents somehow an hindrance to mobility. So it is important to be here today to talk with you about this issue, trying to meet the needs of people who need to move for study, job, work reasons, and so on and so forth. Is for us today a privilege and a reason for growth to have you here today. Let me conclude by saying that new generations can help us in doing so, with their modern and more sustainable viewpoint. The issue of sustainability needs to be seen through future generations and young people eyes in order to experiment new measures that we could somehow see remote and far away from us, but they might be even closer to us than what we think. It's going to be a very interesting and productive day, I'm sure. We'll have very important speakers, and they will give us important food for thought to steer future policymakers in our region, in our country, as far as the mobility issue is concerned. Thank you. Thank you. I have already made a mistake, because the president of the Umbria region is not here with us, but we have the REBOTTI, local councillor. Let us welcome him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of Stefania Proietti, the president of Umbria region, unfortunately, she had other work commitments in Norcia. We are in Norcia here. We have a very important meeting to talk about safety and security after the earthquake. But I'm talking to you on behalf of the president, and let me welcome the president of the province and also the mayor of Perugia. Today's topic is extremely important, especially when it comes to inequality affecting those who, as Massimiliano was saying, people living in rural and suburbs, rural areas and suburbs. They need, these issues need to be faced and addressed with a joint effort. We cannot make without granting equal opportunities to all our citizens, even more so when it comes to mobility. Our territory, our region, has many issues when it comes to mobility and infrastructure. Local transport, an inclusive local transport can, by all means, contributing in making equality a reality and improving a sustainable growth and economic growth. That's the reason why I think that today's event is extremely important, and it will give us food for thought for more effective and innovative policies for the future. This afternoon, I'll be in the same venue where you are here with my colleague Proietti, together with FIAB, an association which promotes cycling, and it is important to understand how alternative mobility is for a more sustainable future and mobility. Through dialogue and cooperation with citizens, we can achieve a sustainable future. We can promote equality for citizens and do without environmental barriers, something that today is still an issue. These days, mobility is one of the issues which we've been facing the most. We have several projects for our region with a shared path for participated policies. We think of meeting the needs of our citizens while safeguarding our environment and protecting our environment. That's why this issue of mobility is so important for us. Public transport now and in the past have made of Umbria region a workshop for innovation, and we really hope that today's event will be just the starting point of new project and new policies. I wish to thank Unipolis and everybody who's joining this event. On behalf of the regional administration, I wish you a wonderful and productive day ahead. Thank you, Mr. De Rebotti. Let's move on with the mayor of Perugia, Vittoria Ferdinandi. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. Let me say it's always a pleasure to welcome you in such a beautiful, astonishing place. As you mentioned, this is a wonderful venue where such important events can take place. We, as a city, wanted to give value to this place, and that's why we're using it again for important events. I'm very happy to be here and to have such a high number of young people from Istituto Volta Secondary School. You are our future. You are our hope for a better future, even when it comes to mobility. Your school does give importance to safeguarding and protecting the environment. Perugia is one of the highest, one of the cities with the highest number of vehicles, and I know that you, students, are available and willing to try new modes of transport. So let me thank, first of all, the director of Unipolis Foundation, Unipol, all the regional committees of Unipol for choosing Perugia as one of the places where to keep talking of such an important and international event, because we'll have guests and speakers from across the world. And we do believe in such events where we can share views and learn new things and give each other food for thought for the future, so we can come to find solutions to complex problems our society makes us face. Mobility is an issue for everybody, for Perugia, for the Umbria, but it's an issue for everybody. Let me start from a definition. Before becoming a psychologist, I took a degree in philosophy. So you can only imagine how many people I've read of Kant, or I studied Kant, and so on and so forth. But one of the most beautiful sentence I've ever heard was told by me by an inmate, Gianni. freedom is something you can measure with steps. And he told me so while he was in jail. And it is true that freedom, in its deepest meaning, is something you can measure in the ability or inability to move. So when we talk about mobility, we do not only talk, as the president of the province and Mr. Rebotti said, is not only a measure of strategic tool for the development of our territory, which are very much needed in Umbria, clearly, not only because we are the green heart of Italy, but also a landlocked country. We are at the center of Italy, and we should be able to connect the north and the south of Italy. We should be able to reconnect all, and Perugia should serve as a hub in our region. But also because mobility is the first key to the access of all rights. We can have an education, we can work, we can meet other people through and thanks to mobility. So talking about mobility means talking about rights. And I believe that Unipol, Fondazione Unipolis know this very well, because that's what we're talking about today, asking ourselves, how can mobility become for everyone, everywhere, as a tool for inclusion? And inclusion is a big issue, and we, as an administration, we have to face problems of social marginalization and so on every day. So thinking of inclusion in our cities, our countries, is more and more important for our communities. Everything that will come up today, when ideas and thoughts are shared, they become bigger somehow, right? So today's outcome will be extremely useful to Perugia, to our region, to our country. Perugia has been a beacon in mobility. Think of us having one of the first escalators in Italy. Fabio Ciuffini is the person who invented the escalator in Rocca Paolina, and he thought of it when he was in New York looking at a skyscraper, and he thought that we had to stop thinking of horizontal mobility, we have to start thinking of vertical mobility. Clearly, Perugia wasn't ready for that kind of change, because thinking of an escalator inside an historic building, Rocca Paolina, Paolina Fortress, is one of our biggest monuments, right? So Perugia and citizens were not ready. But now it is the time to think big again, to face the mobility issue, to rethink the mobility model. Many people, many parts of the society are still left behind. Not everybody is protected, the environment is not protected, and it's not the mobility model that we have nowadays is not attractive, is not something that makes us proud. It's something we're a bit ashamed of. It doesn't work. The transport mobility, public transport systems in here don't work well. We need to move towards high speed and fast mobility, and they need these models need to resemble our brains. Our brain cannot stand, cannot wait anymore. This is one of the key thing. So we cannot wait anymore. Our brain cannot stand any dull moments anymore. And that's the same model we need to rethink for our mobility. We need all your bright minds and brains to rethink all these patterns. And I'm very proud for you, for us, because Perugia has been chosen for such an important event. So, thank you, Mrs. Ferdinandi. As Vittoria Ferdinandi said, inland areas, and Perugia and Umbria is an example, need to find alternatives as the escalator in the past. This is something we'll be talking today. Now, I'll give the floor to Marisa Parmigiani, Director of the Unipolis Foundation, to officially kick off today's works. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here today. It is a pleasure to have such a large audience and such a high number of young people once again, because they are needed to rethink the future mobility of our community. We will rethink our way of leaving our city, sharing common spaces, work, and so on and so forth. So rethinking mobility in our city is a key issue. I believe the first thing I should do is to wish you leave today's meeting, today's conference, with some ideas to live the city and all rural areas in a different way, having a different viewpoint. Let me thank everybody who's participating to today's meeting. Mr. AVENOSO, first and foremost, with the ETSC. Without them, we wouldn't be able to host such and to organize such an important event. All the speakers, the Unipol Regional Council, first and foremost, Valeria. She was a key person in the organization of such an event. Having people in the city where the event is organized is key for the organization to go well. So the Unipol Regional Councils are clearly important. We cannot forget about the other agents. The insurance agents are our face throughout the territory. So as a Unipol group, I wish to thank each and every one of them for their contribute in making today's event possible. This event is held every year during the Mobility Week to see what happens internationally, to put experiences, studies, food for thought, research together. We tend to have both the scientific and the personal experiences together. For example, other cities or regions or countries' experiences, and studies carried out elsewhere, to help us think of new models or to come together with new ideas. Last year in Trento, we saw the redesign of a Spanish city where in 10 years they got rid of all cars and vehicles. So they showed us pedestrian areas with people walking freely and smiling and chatting. So it is inspiring. And this helps us understand that it's not that difficult to make things come true. Let me thank all the speakers once again for being here or online. And I conclude by wishing you a productive day ahead. Thank you, Marisa. On behalf of the organizers, let me greet everybody who's online as well. Now, let's move on I was telling you that the event is organized also thanks to the local organization represented by Cricco, Rasimelli and Lombardini, and is Rasimelli now joining us here on stage for his opening remarks. Good morning. I am the agent Marisa was talking about earlier. Good morning, everyone. It is a great honor for me to be here today in Perugia, my home city, as Deputy Vice President of the Unipol Associated Agency Group, not only in Perugia but also in Italy. It is an honor, not just a personal honor, but also a collective honor, because I represent a network of professionals who work closely with families, businesses, and institutions every day, and who believe that safe, sustainable, and accessible mobility is essential for development. We are used to be between people and institutions, between the need to face daily economic and industrial changes. From this observatory, we understand how mobility is crucial, not only for economy, but also for the quality of life and for social inclusion. Mobility today is more than just an alternative or service. It must be a sustainable and equal right, as well as education, work, healthcare, and culture. Mobility today is not an alternative or an accessory service. It must be a granted right and a sustainable right for all. The agencies, with the entrusted trust of people at local level, must contribute. Well, banks tend to get rid of their local branches. On the other hand, insurance agencies do stay in the local areas. So we, insurance agents, can contribute to, for example, micromobility, ad hoc plans for volunteering, educational spaces for road safety, for example. A few days ago, it was said that 2.4 million vehicles do not have an insurance in Italy. This is a social issue. This is an issue because insurance policies have a cost and many people cannot afford it. Imagine an agency which is not just a place for consultancy, but it's also a place to take people, families, hand in hand and take them to a different future with an increased mobility. Mobility is not just movement, it's access to education, work, healthcare, and culture. And my colleagues were saying that it is freedom and dignity. Because if I can move, I can have my own dignity. We live in a city that I live in a small city. I live here in Perugia, that has always thought of mobility as a key issue for their citizens. When the escalator was created within the Paolina fortress, people were not happy, as the mayor mentioned. At that time, we had a citizens' assembly, and many people were against this idea. But at that time, there was a bright politician who decided not to think of his own short-term mandate, but to look ahead to future generations, because that's what the heritage and the legacy will leave behind. As our group, we work together with Unipol to promote a widespread culture of road safety through the development and use of technology. We are a leader in this sector. If we want a fairer and safer mobility, we need to rethink infrastructures. We need to serve as a bridge between people and the territory, and we can do so with policymakers, universities, and associations. And this event is an example of this bridge. Thank you very much for being here. I wish you a productive day ahead. Thank you, Fabrizio. Let's begin with a different kind of approach, with the first official, let's say, speech. Then, as you see in from the program of today's meeting, we will talk about mobility from different viewpoints. We'll talk about people who face barriers, not only economic one, but also linguistic one, because they don't know the language and they don't know, therefore, the rules. But before going there, let's start understanding of the issues and the problems as to road safety at European level. And that's why we have here Antonio AVENOSO, Executive Director of the European Transport Safety Council. Antonio, welcome. Welcome. We've talked a lot last night over dinner. Fortunately, we talked about different things, but let's talk about security today.
Good morning. Thank you, Marisa Parmigiani, President of Foundation Unipol. Thank you, Unipolis Foundation. This is a very important event, European Mobility Week and City Flows event. We think that it is a key occasion to discuss the issues on road safety and mobility. European Transport Safety Council is a non-profit organization based in Brussels, and it works with members across all Europe, and of course with Unipolis Foundation too. Okay, can you see it? Can you hear me? Very good. We are talking about road safety, and I always start with figures. More than 20,000 road fatalities each year in the European Union. You can divide this number for 365 days. We have many people dying every day. Yesterday, I was here in Perugia and had a chance to have a drive on the mini metro. And noticed that in this mini metro, up to 50 people could fit there. So I was thinking about that. What if 50 people had a car crash or a mini metro crash and no one could survive? Let's think about that repeated every day. I think that we would have serious consequences if that would occur. The fact that these 20,000 fatalities occur in European Union state members, let us accept that road fatalities are unintended consequences of road traffic, but we cannot accept that. And I think that each year, more than 110,000 people die in car crash accident. What does the European Union do? Of course, there's a strategy for the period 2021-2030. We have a long-term objective. We call it a vision, because since it is a long-term objective, we cannot achieve it at once. We have to work towards a safe system with zero road deaths by 2050. And we have to work through this safe system, the same as civil aviation system. Civil aviation system does not accept fatalities and deaths on that system, so that it can be a safe transport system. We also have a midterm objective. We want to decrease by 50% the number of deaths and injuries on European roads by 2030. So what's the situation now? The situation is not so good. In the last years, as you can see, we had a stagnation, and then we had a good reduction of the numbers of fatalities and injuries because of the COVID pandemic, since we couldn't leave our homes and we couldn't move. That's why these figures in that period was better. After that, after the COVID pandemic, these figures increased again. You can see it in green. And if we have a look at the last 5 years, we can see the beginning of this chart 2019, because it was the year when the European Union started to calculate the figures considering the reduction. You can see that the average of the 27 European countries has just achieved 12% of decrease, even though the aim was 27%. Other member states had other bad results. You can see it in red. And Italy just achieved a reduction of 4.5%. In fact, you can see Italy in yellow. Much remain to do in Italy. On a long term, you can see that in the last 10 years, the greatest reduction, the only state that could reduce by 55% the road fatalities is Lithuania. It doesn't mean that that country is the most safe in the European Union, but their situation as a starting point led it possible to achieve very quick and good processes. You can see in that slide the mortality figures for millions of population, and you can see which countries are safer. The greener the country is, the safer it is. You can see that the situation in the European Union is not the same in each country, and you can have a difference of 4 times more in different countries. You can have a look here at this chart. You can see the numbers and the figures of different countries. You can see the mortality index of 2024 compared to the one of 2014. The European Union could decrease an average of 45 road deaths to 55. Italy is unfortunately has an average of 51 road deaths. The safest countries are Sweden and Norway. So, until now, I only described a negative situation, but I would like to give you a more optimistic vision. I would like to describe what happened in the last 20 years, and I would like to highlight the important achievements we had. This is the shifting of mortality rates from 2024 to 2024. So, not everything is a bad news. You can see that we achieved many achievements, and we should keep doing that. I hope that these events and the European Mobility Week could let us improve. And I also added a few recommendations for Europe. We should work on vehicles behaviors when driving. And of course, all state members should work on that. They should play an important role. And we also know that cities with 30 kilometers per hour zones are really important to improve the situation of road safety. Thank you for your attention. May I ask you to have the possibility to talk to the mic. We have seen something, a figure, more 30%. We had a slide, and we saw that a few countries had an increase by 30 or 40%. Well, in those countries are small, so just one wrote that can increase the average. But it's true that not all countries had a very rigorous and precise method. So just one mistake can make the figures increase. Thank you very much, Antonio. Thank you for your speech. And I would like to call on stage Simone NUGLIO, coordinator of the National Office for Mobility of Legambiente. He will talk about mobility poverty. The title of his intervention is Mobility Poverty, a Phenomenon to be Investigated. We're going to talk about the impacts of inequalities on road safety. Good morning, everyone. I am sorry, but I have to say that I will improvise my speech because I had a few problems, but I have just been told that these problems with my presentation had been resolved. So, in the last years, we have all talked about energy poverty, but only few of us talk about mobility poverty. I think that we can define it as the difficulties to access to mobility services, or the lack of infrastructures and mobility services and systems that make it possible for us to access to fundamental services. So I think that we can understand from this definition that mobility poverty is an issue that has an impact on our lives. And this has impact on our everyday lives, on our social life, and so on. And I think that the ecological transition, green transition, can accelerate this phenomenon. I think that this shouldn't be a privilege. This should be a right. You can have a look at this chart. This chart is important to investigate in a serious way what we can do. We need green transition, and we know that more than 24% of emissions are emitted by transport, and more than 70% is caused by road transport. First and foremost, these emissions are emitted by our vehicles, our cars. So we have other issues to investigate. We're not just talking about the Green Deal by 2050, but we also have an important target for 2030. I'm talking about for 55. We have to cut by 55% our emissions compared to the 1990 levels. And we also have to achieve the phase-out of internal combustion engines. By 2030, we will have a new quality directive that will set the new limit values concerning carbon dioxide as suggested by the WHO. This is very important for Italy because we have already 4 reprimands because of that. So, where are we now? Our organization Legambiente has always committed from its origin in mobility, and we have done through many reports and through other campaigns. For example, we had a campaign, City 2030, to investigate the situation in internal areas and in cities. So, what's the situation? We could say that we are in the middle of the perfect storm because Italy is the first country in what concerns the coast that we have to spend because of this problem. And of course, we have already had a few reprimands. We know that this is caused by our mobility model. We know that private cars and vehicles are the most used alternative to move. And we just have proponents and opponents to electric car. But we're not looking at the real aim. We should rethink, reconsider the paradigm of mobility, because it should tackle the phenomena of mobility poverty and not just giving solutions to the mobility. You can have a look at this slide. Madrid has a subway system of more than 200 kilometers. And it is a very important data because it's really different in comparison to the one we have in Italy. And that's why we cannot give an answer to the mobility demand we are living. In the last 15 years, of course, we didn't achieve the goal we had set. And I think that now we're going to waste 13.5 billion euros to build a bridge on the channel from Sicily to Calabria region. So what's the observatory? Thanks to a collaboration to Ipsos, we could have a detailed report to talk about the phenomenon of mobility poverty in Italy. We're not just talking about figures and volume, but we also wanted to define a few clusters. The results we had have been determined by the definition of 4 factors connected to the lack of infrastructures and the connection of these factors. In this slide, you can see the first interesting data and also bad data. And 30% of the respondents, about 6,000 respondents in many important cities, are affected by the bad consequences of mobility poverty. And I would also like to show that 25% of people across all Italy had to give up to go on holiday, for example, because of the consequences of mobility poverty. 17% should give up to job opportunities due to difficulties in mobility poverty, and 19% should give up to medical examinations or care treatments because of the high cost and the lack of infrastructure. We're not just talking about people deciding to go to another city to get a healthcare treatment or an operation. If you talk with someone working in the emergency in hospitals, such as an hospital in Rome, they can assure that the fact is that the families, relatives of these people cannot help their relatives after the operation. We're now talking about a social climate fund. It is a financial tool created in a Fit for 55 project. It is a combined system of taxation, new standards, and subsidies that wants to sustain and to support vulnerable households and companies. It is a temporary measure that will last 6 years with a budget of about 65 billion euros. This should contribute at least 25% of the total cost of the plans for EU Social Climate Fund. So this can be described as a bad measure. So we should analyze this phenomenon, since we don't have good knowledge about that. We should increase our knowledge about that, and we should define support measures for vulnerable users and categories, households, but also companies. And of course, and that is key, we should incentivize and encourage the diffusion of electric vehicles, for example, through subsidies. In France, social leasing had incredible, unbelievable achievements. We should do that. To cut it short, I would like to quote Professor Keating, the protagonist of the film That Poor Society by Peter White. I love that movie. And this is the quote: no matter what anybody tells you, words and ideas can change the world. Thank you for your attention. Well, I quote myself, I'm sorry, but a few years ago, I wrote a book about mobility, and I wrote that everyone was waiting for electric cars. We are facing this risk. We just look the shifting of the paradigm of the engine of the car, but we don't join this changing. Yes, it is. Let me say something. When the wise talks about energy transition, people that aren't wise think about something else, electric cars. Thank you. Thank you. So now, which are environmental, ethnic, social, and economic factors that have an impact on road safety and society. Nicola Christie is our key speaker. She is Professor of Transport Safety at the Centre for Transport Studies of University College in London. She is the keynote speaker of this event of this morning. Welcome.
So today I'm going to talk about systemic inequalities in road safety outcomes in high-income countries and some lessons that we can learn from that. So what we did a literature review, we looked at 42 sources, and it was a strategic review, and by that we're trying to look at the gaps. So what do we know, what don't we know? And it was published in a journal. Academics have to publish, so that's what we do. And we know there is a really strong socioeconomic gradient in road casualties. It's one of the steepest. And in the UK, we've known it since the 1980s. And there is I like to sort of frame myself as an academic that looks at transport through a public health lens. And this is called the rainbow diagram, or it's the social determinants of health. And it says that we can't look at somebody's health without looking at it, how they are in the system. And actually we look at the root causes of casualties. So in Great Britain, it's estimated that pedestrians, for example, are 3 to 4 times more likely to be killed or seriously injured compared to people in the least deprived area. And this relationship persists even taking exposure into account. And by that is, you know, people say, well, they walk more because they don't have a car. But even taking that into account, their risk is a lot higher. And there is evidence in the UK that the gap is widening, and that is unacceptable. And this trend is seen across all modes. And looking at it at a public health point of view, we know that it's not a level playing field. I know you love football in Italy, so you know this is a very important kind of public health approach. This is a piece of work that is done by our government, our Department for Transport. The darker the blue, the more deprived area. And you can see this for pedestrians, for cyclists, for motorcyclists, for car occupants. Strong socioeconomic variation, and particularly for the young, and I can see all these young people here. This is unacceptable. You only know if you've got a problem if you measure it, and if you don't measure it, are you saying it doesn't matter? So in London, they have their own very good dashboard, so that each borough within London can look at how many casualties by the indices of multiple deprivation. So you can map them. In Italy, you have such an indices, so you could map your road casualties against indices of deprivation. So it's done at a national level and by some of the kind of lead transport organisations like Transport for London. So what do we find overall? So there's generally a focus on risk factors, very quantitative approaches, so looking at the areas and looking what characteristics are related to those. There's very little data on what interventions work, and there's very limited evaluation. As someone who's been working in road safety for nearly 40 years, people do interventions and they don't evaluate them, so we don't have the evidence. This is a kind of graphic that summarizes some of the things that we know are, I mean, these things happen everywhere, but they happen more in more deprived areas, so that we know that the environments in which people live are more hazardous. There's more complicated land use, like shops and stations. There is a higher number of junctions. There are more through roads, so the traffic go through. There are more arterial roads. There is more illegal and antisocial behaviours, such as speeding, people driving on drugs and alcohol, and people even driving without a licence. There is lack of seatbelt wearing. That's one of the most easiest things we can do to protect ourselves in a car. There is a dependence on walking, so the car ownership is less. And there are, from a wider determinants point of view, if you have got nowhere to play, you don't have a garden, you're in an overcrowded house, the road is somewhere that you can play, but it's dangerous. And sometimes there is not such good knowledge of the risks. So what do we know about young road users? So deprivation increases risk, especially for children, cyclists, even taking into account how much they walk and cycle. Children facing double the death rate. And we also find this in countries like Canada and France. But very few countries actually look at these statistics. Poverty does not cause collisions, exposure to road traffic does. So yes, they are more dependent, children in more deprived areas are more dependent on walking as their mobility. They live in more dangerous environments. So this is a screenshot of a main road that goes through a residential area in London. All of those red markers is a serious casualty. We know there are higher traffic flows and speeds. They don't live in a nice leafy cul-de-sac where there is not so much traffic, and all of these kind of things increase risk. These photographs were actually taken on an estate where children are actually playing in the road, using it for recreation. And as I said, if you don't have somewhere to play, if your parents don't have money to go to clubs or to football or to a sports centre or to play badminton or whatever, this is your main area where you play. In terms of intervention approaches, so in terms of the environment, we have very good evidence that if you reduce the speed and volume of traffic, you can make a big difference to inequalities in road casualties. There is good evidence to the extent where our public health guidelines actually say this is what local authorities can do. And from a civic point of view, as a local authority, that is part of your responsibility to create safe environments for people. In the UK, there has been what's regarded as gold standard evidence, a randomized controlled trial in deprived areas where an intervention group of schools got particular training. This is 5 to 7-year-olds, and a control group that didn't. And the intervention group showed that great success and their behaviours were changing. So if you're on a road where there are parked cars, you need to learn how to safely cross between parked cars. And their evidence showed that they did a lot better after this training. But it is quite labour intensive. There is some examples in the literature where targeted programs can improve safety behaviours in low-income families, but there is a real important thing that we need to do is engaging at-risk parents and knowing how to engage with them. This is something that is very, very important. So unlicensed and uninsured drivers. We heard earlier on that the amount of uninsured drivers in Italy is quite high. So this is Malachy. He was in Bradford, which is a very deprived area in Yorkshire in England. He was killed by a driver who was unlicensed. He was over twice the legal limit for cannabis. He was speeding. He drove the wrong way around a roundabout, went through red lights, and was driving up to 50 miles per hour when he hit the child. And we know that illegal and antisocial driving is more prevalent in deprived areas. And there's a much stronger link with crime levels in deprived areas. And some of this is likely to be vehicle crime, and there's a lack of seatbelt wearing. So what is the intervention? What do? We don't have very much evidence, but do we need to understand the barriers and facilitators for legal driving? Do we need more police in these areas? Do we seize vehicles? Do we educate? Do we subsidise learning to drive? That's very controversial in England. But have a look at the costs. So a lot of people from more deprived areas, driving is going to be what they're doing for work. So it is going to be that, your delivery driver who's providing you a package that you've ordered online. We know e-commerce is really prevalent. So the cost of driving lessons is estimated to be around £1,500. The theory test is £23. The driving test, £62. And for a 20-year-old car, and this amount has probably gone up, £1,800. Insurance for a new young driver is £3,000 in the UK. And so we're talking about €7,500 to get a car as a young person. So if you start thinking about those barriers, are we surprised people aren't doing it in a legitimate way? But then they're not being exposed to good role models for driving. Where are they learning? In the car park? Do they know the rules of the road? All of these things we need to consider. And there is evidence that multifaceted, because of all these different things that affect people in deprived areas, multifaceted, multi-agency approaches are really important. Education alone is not effective. And I was part of a big team that looked at what was called the UK Neighbourhood Road Safety Initiative, which combined engineering, education and enforcement, and that actually did show a casualty reduction. And actually involving the community and cross-sector collaboration is key to success. So looking at the overall strategic gaps, we know about risk factors, but we need a more nuanced understanding of what's going on. Why is this happening? And there is a lack of evaluated approaches. We need to understand behaviour better. So what are children doing at the time of the collision? And what are the behaviours of the involved driver? We can never blame the child. We need to look at what the actual driver's doing as well. So focusing on the child is not the right approach, in my opinion. There are all sorts of new vulnerabilities about people with special education needs, new immigrants and refugees. I worked with the Somali community in London. They didn't know how to operate a pedestrian crossing. Simple things that we can help with. What do we do about the main roads? So in most cities, the main roads carry goods and people are critical for economic development. But I would argue if you have a collision on those roads, it's very expensive. And a lot of people who can't afford to live in quieter roads live on these roads. We should be addressing the speed and volume of traffic on arterial roads. Urban planning should be looking at safe places to play for children and looking at good pedestrian and cycling infrastructure. We need to know more about the drivers and motorcyclists in deprived areas who are killing themselves or killing others. What are the barriers and facilitators to actually being able to legally drive a car? And why are there low levels of seatbelt wearing? Conclusions. So most research focuses on risk factors and not interventions. In deprived areas, there are multiple overlapping risks. So you have to look at it systemically. Hazardous environments, antisocial driving, lack of safe places to play. More routine data, so do you know you've got a problem? Are you looking at it? And you need a systems approach involving all stakeholders, and especially the community. So we've had examples in London where there have been low traffic neighbourhoods and People really like them because it cuts off the traffic, they're nice, it creates a better environment to walk and cycle. But the mayor of Tower Hamlets, which is a very deprived borough and one of the most deprived areas in England, his first election pledge was to say that if I get elected mayor, I will get rid of all the low traffic neighbourhoods, because people were saying they're restricting my mobility. So mobility is a highly political subject. Policy and practice recommendations, so we need population-wide proportionate approaches. So public health in England talk about targeted universalism. We do everything for everyone, but we do more in deprived areas. And we address those wider determinants, like things like housing, play spaces. We promote behaviour change through multi-agency collaboration, and we communicate with communities. We don't do things to the community. They will say nothing about us without us. And we recognise solutions are not always a traditional road safety solution. And we can frame it very much, as we've heard this morning, around the broader health and sustainability goals. And we prioritise particularly for the young people, because this is where the socioeconomic gradient is very steep. We have a new project at UCL where we are going through over 300 child deaths on the roads, and we have access to the multi-agency review of each case, so the emergency services, the doctors, the social services, the police fatal file, the post-mortem, the emergency services report, and the social services report. And we are learning a huge amount about the very complex nature in terms of things like gangs, in terms of underage motorcycling, and very hazardous environments. So this is our next project. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please ask me or talk to me out in the coffee break, and do contact me. I'm a very accessible academic in London. If you've got any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Bene, allora continuiamo.
Let's keep talking about the issue of mobility in thinner and thinner slices, getting into the detail. We said that today's event and title is Mobility for Everyone, Everywhere. So we're going to talk about, we've talked about everyone, now we'll talk about everywhere with Luca Calzorari, journalist, former director of Montaigne 360. He has extensive experience both within the Italian Alpine Club and civil protection, so he'll talk about inequality and excellence in inland areas, a focus on the highlands. He'll focus on mountains once again. So let's have a talk about it. Can you hear me? Yeah. So let's sit down and have a relaxed chat about it. Good morning, everybody, and to the organizers for having invited me here today to talk about mountain and highlands. Well, mountains are not always the very same thing across the country, right? And also thinking of the legal framework, there are some differences when it comes to different places, different regions in Italy. There hasn't been a clear legal framework because not all the mountains and highlands in Italy are the same. So the legal framework should reflect these differences, right? Well, you mentioned the law on highlands, and first of all, I'd like to remind everybody that highlands have a particular feature, which was addressed in Article 42(2) of our Constitution, saying that the law provides provisions for highlands. Sorry, can we start the timer? Sorry, I forgot about it. So Why this article is important? Because highlands have geographical features which make it different from the other areas in the country. Talking about mobility in the highlands, if you don't have a public means of transport, such as a car or motorbike, it's very difficult to get around. Highlands are made up of small towns far away from each other. Now we also have the issue of towns in the highlands being left behind and people moving to bigger cities. So we have less and less railroads, for example. Just think of that going to Torre Pelli is being closed and shut down. So you need to take your own car and move to the closest railway station. There are not many rides for public transport, none at night, I'd say. So if you want to go to the theater, and even in performance, you need to take your own vehicle. So it is indeed a disadvantage for people living there. Unfortunately, climate change will make us try and live in highlands again because of global warming. So this is one of the advantages of global warming. But think of the elderly. To go to medical checks, for example, they have to ask their children to be taken there because there are no public transport available. So it's a broad spectrum issue in the highlands, and despite highlands being now a new holiday destination, it is still an issue. Highlands are not marginalized, are not second place to any other destinations, and so infrastructures in highlands are key. In this regard, I was asking myself, what would highlands need? More buses, more routes, or what do we need to do we need new ideas to attract people back to the highlands? So what do we need in the highlands? See, if less and less people live there, the local administration will tend not to increase the number of public transport means or routes, regardless. So I'd say that the first key point is looking at highlands from a different viewpoint. And that's what the Highlands law is trying to address. Let's not talk about laws, but it is a useful tool. Highlands are not just a number, the meters above the sea level, or places where you go on holiday, but the social and economic reality and communities are also important. Over the Apennines, there are many projects of accommodations, some new projects on accommodations and housing, so co-housing projects. Highlands need a new viewpoint. How do we get around in the highlands? What do I need? I clearly need roads to be taken care of, because clearly if you've traveled through the Apennines and roads, they're terrible. I live in Emilia-Romagna region. There are landslides, and so we need to be taken care of and maintained. But that's not the only point. We need public transport or on-call transport, on-demand transport. There are some examples in other regions. I would personally use railroads. Once again, many lines were converted into cycling lanes, which is a good idea, but I would go back to using them as railroads. And there is another problem, I was mentioning that earlier. After 7:30 p.m., it is impossible to use public transport. You can get to towns close by, but from there you need your own vehicle. And that problem stands true especially for the elderly. If we think, so the problem of towns and cities in the highlands is not just they have less and less people living there, but the people who are there are older and older. They have problems in driving at night, for example, because they have sight problems. Why not? So, yeah, it is true, and there is some project to make it more appealing for people to go back and live in the highlands. For example, we invite young couples or newlyweds or university students to live in the mountain because we give it almost for free. You can see wild animals, we can set up new businesses, and so on and so forth. There are some projects and some incentives to make it populated again. But then how can I get around? How can I take my children to school, given that we do have schools in the highlands? But how can I make it easier for people to connect with people? We can only connect with each other remotely. I mean, we need to meet people in person. I think of my children. One of them is taking his driving license, but the relationship they have with the car is different from what we have. The relation with public transport is much closer than what I had at his age, because at that time I had a motorbike, and without a motorbike, youngsters at that time would have felt lost, with no hopes to socialize whatsoever. But now there is a different relation with vehicles. They think of private cars, perhaps electric cars, as the mean of transport to use for longer distances, where the local buses or local public transport cannot get them, cannot take them to. So there is an integrated public transport system which is known and used by young people, and they also know that they might have to change the bus to get where they need to get to, but it's not a problem. So going back to the highlands issue, it's a problem of planning. If we all go back to living in the mountain, in the highlands, what kind of mobility can we get? I don't want to see big highways in the mountain, right? Because otherwise we replicate the model of cities in the mountains. And by the way, we cannot afford it. But going back to populate highlands, it's an opportunity to rethink of an integrated, sustainable mobility with, for example, trying to avoid the mistakes made in the cities. Well, think of 25 years ago in Ireland. I had, personally speaking, after a certain time of the day, you could use taxis, they were replacing at a very low fares. They were replacing public transport. Why can't we think of such simple solutions? I mean, that was 25 years ago in Ireland. Well, the answer is easy, but let me not go into that. But let's go back to the Highlands. In Bavaria, 2 years ago, a few years ago, there was an agreement. An agreement has been made between the local railway authority and the Deutsche Alpenverein, and you could buy a ticket for €5, a monthly ticket. And if you were using the DAV hotels, you could also do without paying those €5. And clearly, that was a huge incentive for people to leave their vehicles and cars behind at home and use the public transport system to avoid overcrowding the Highlands Road in the Highlands. Thank you. Our time is over, unfortunately. Now we have Andrea Lorenzini. Stefano Maggi, Rector's Delegate for Transport and Sustainable Mobility at the University of Siena. Welcome.
So, you already talked about mountains and railways. I'm going to talk about highlands and mountain areas too. First of all, infrastructure when it comes to public transport should offer a service. Everyone talks about service and of course about transport services, but we also have other kinds of service, such as broadband connection and water. And we talk about buses, for example. In deprived areas and rural areas, buses are really scarce. In Italy and in Europe too, in the 50s, we had a new paradigm shift that occurred. So, citizens drive their own cars. In the mid-50s, this paradigm shift has occurred. You can see here a picture of the Italian highways, Autostrada del Sole, built between 1956 and 1964 in a few years. So, roads had been built and railway networks had been abandoned. Here you can see two vehicles of the 50s. In Italy, you can see the Fiat 600 and the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. In common thinking, the more expensive your car, the richer you are. But it's not true. This is the state of mind we have across the world, I think. In the conventional thinking is that cars are public investments and trains are wasteful subsidy. This conventional thinking is difficult to tackle. Of course, if we talk about that, we are not talking about sustainable mobility anymore. We are talking about people and policymakers thinking about parkings, about roads with tile curves, and so on. You can see here a railway map of Italy. You can see suppressed line in red, but if we change the slide, we can see a better picture here. Here you can see all the closed railways in Italy. You can have a look at state railways and other railways in concession we can see. There we had an Apennine, a central Apennine railways that went from Arezzo to San Sepolcro, Città di Castello, Gubbio, and Fossato di Vico, and went up to the road from Ancona to Rome. That railway line was really slow, and it needed an update, but instead it was closed. We also had another line here in the neighborhood from Elera to Tavernelle that had been dismissed, closed. Some example of shutting down deadwood lines in Italy. Volterra, a wonderful city that had 17,900 inhabitants. Now it only has 9,300 inhabitants, with lots for schools, hospital, and so on. Another example from Cortina d'Ampezzo in the mountains. If Cortina had a railway network and a station, it would now be another city. And another example from Umbria, from the territory, I included that because we are here today, is the railway Spoleto-Norcia, breathtaking, that led it possible to go from Spoleto to Norcia and to Norcia from Spoleto, where it is possible to join Rome by train. Another bad example, unfortunately, in 1935, the railway network in the region Calabria was way bigger. Now it has been halved. And particularly, the Sila Railway had been shut. The Sila is a very important and famous mountain. This line had been dismissed in 1997 and 2010. We just have a small operative track from Camigliatello Silano, and it represents the highest track in Italy. But the railway has been abandoned. It just doesn't happen in the mountains, but also in plain. In Puglia, we can see that the railway network from Foggia to Lucera had been shut down, and now it had been reopened. This is a best practice example. Lucera, Foggia are 30 kilometers, for example. So now the new service has been reopened in 2009 by Ferrovie del Gargano. So we also have best practice examples. And here, this example comes from a plain region from Puglia. And this is the most important example in Italy. We have a railway network in the Venosta Valley that had been reopened in 1991. Railways that should be closed are called deadwoods in Italy. This railway network was considered a deadwood. It is placed at the top of the valley, but now it has been reopened, and we have a station, and next to the station we have buses. This is the Merano Valles Venosta railway, and since it has been reopened, the whole valley knew a new life. The elderly and the tourists use this railway network. Now 3 million people use it, and it was considered a deadwood. And now it is being electrified. Accessibility is for everyone, not just for people who cannot work, also for people that go by bike. It is a way to have a better inclusion. We can have, you can see here in this picture, bikes next to the tracks, and everything is connected. We also have other services, integrated services and integrated tickets. You can buy a mobility integrated ticket. So this is a very good example of railway that goes up to the mountains. A very good practice. Many more should follow. I hope that we will have many more. We need good practice because everyone should have the same opportunities to mobility. Otherwise, we have a negative impact caused by the place we live in. And it is important for young people too. Otherwise, mobility is synonym for inequalities. Thank you very much. Thank you also for sticking to the timing. So now I would like to invite on stage I would now like to connect with Roberta Ranieri from the Ministry of the Environment. She should have been talked later today, but she is available right now, so we are having her speech now. Let's talk about programs and subsidies for what concerns mobility. So we are now talking about mobility as a creator of inequalities. Of course, when the access to mobility isn't equal. So, can you please tell us something about your projects? Good morning. Unfortunately, I couldn't join you because we had other commitment, but we are still committing in sustainable mobility. I will try to cut it short. There's a question that gathers you today. So, who is excluded by the right to mobility? This question goes beyond the dimension concerning transport, because it analyzes a very important topic in green transition, a fair transition and social justice. As we said, mobility is an aggregating factor that also can exclude certain categories. That's why we don't just have to talk about mobility as a way of moving from a starting point to a destination, but also as a factor for citizenship, to have an inclusion. So we should think about mobility so that it could be a factor of inclusion, because if we don't have access to mobility, we are excluded by the participation to the common life and social life. I would like to say that these programs with these guidelines is really important, because my ministry during the European Mobility Week is committed to this and works with municipalities, cities and associations in organizing events during this week. It is important to describe a framework on mobility, because the European framework always talks about transition, and it is a very wide framework. We know that we should achieve important goals, zero neutrality by 2030, reduction of the emissions to 55% by 2030, reduction of 19% of the emissions caused by transport sectors. All these aims are set. However, we already know, and I will repeat that these aims risk to cause costs if we don't manage them correctly. So this would be negative for vulnerable categories. And as we have already heard earlier today, with the Rule 995, we have a social climate fund that should help foster the transition and reduce bad impacts that would come from the enforcement of the new directive ETS2 that will regulate the emission system also caused by transport. So we should think about two aspects, the Climate Social Fund and the enforcement by the ministry. thanks to the Rule 995. We think we're talking about the accessibility to transport. This topic is now part of the new rule and guidelines. So the norm 955 says that people and households should have access to this transport and also to the means necessary to achieve and to have access to the services that are needed to have access to all these social opportunities, considering the social aspects and geographical aspects. So we are also talking about something that could be risk factor and that could make these categories feel excluded. So thanks to this new rule 955, we have a new definition of transport. That is that can sum up by the lack of pay this cost to access to the means of transport and the risk to be excluded by those social services. This would be a burden, and this could be worsened by the geographical context. And to this, the difficulties in transport is added. So people with low income could have problems caused by the price rise caused by ETS too. And they should have the new methods to switch to sustainable solutions. So for the first time, we have a clear definition, and we focused on the topic of vulnerability linked to transport in a structural way. We're thinking about vulnerability connected to factors of specific areas and contexts, but also a vulnerability defined in another way, because it is connected to measures that, even though they are needed, risk to create inequalities. And this is another step, because we should go to a green transition, but also to agree a fair transition. To sum up, we could say that the Italian Ministry of Environment is committed, when we talk about the climate fund, to set a strategy that of course have to be approved by the Commission for the Environment. And so, as it has been published on this website of the Italian Ministry, we are working on that. And we are discussing with the European Union so that this plan could be a good tool from an economic point of view, but also as an important social pillar to reach these ambitious goals we should achieve. In this context, it is evident that the plan could foresee a strengthening of on-demand transport, developing of other kinds of mobility, flexible mobility, other services in more deprived areas. And also, it should foresee other measures that should be digital help to reduce the technology gap and make it simpler to access to mobility. As you can read on an economic plan, we are trying to develop measures in technical assistance that could map vulnerable points. We would like to make it easier to have access to mobility by creating an information structure, a digital map, to cut it short, based on statistics, data, and aimed reports. We would like to have a monitoring on the solutions to access to mobility, so that on the hand we could better define vulnerable groups, vulnerable target groups, and understand the initiatives to carry out for the benefit of these vulnerable users, but on the other hand, analyzed the progresses made. So the ministry aims to create a tool for the offer of transport, but also to the demand. I am sorry, I should ask you to conclude your intervention. Time is against us. I cut it short. Thank you. Yes, I cut it short. This map, this digital platform, integrated with all the measures we already have, with all smart transport modalities, with all the services we already have, could bring public policies to a new, efficient and fair modality. So we have a new tool, the social climate plan, so that this transition is not just ecologic, but also fair. And I would like to stress, to cut it short, that we should think about the people that are excluded from the right to mobility. This should not just be a theoretical point, but it should be carried out in public policies. So the right to mobility could really be a universal right, let me say that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Roberto Belleri. Sorry for the interruption, but time is against us. Thank you very much for your speech.
Coffee break. Please, 15 minutes sharp. We need to kick off in 15 minutes, please. Thank you. Grab an espresso and come back here. Thank you.
Io avrei fatto Lorenzino. Puff! No, è che, per esempio, a me spiace, il ratto questa aveva delle cose.
Sì, prova, prova. Ok, io ce l'ho, lo sento. Sì, prova, prova, sì, sì, prova, prova, ok? Sì, prova, prova, sì. Sì, prova, sì. Sì, prova, prova, sì, sì, prova, prova, sì.
Vado. Dico la regia. Allora, bentornati.
Welcome back. Let's, while waiting for everybody to come in, let's kick off with the second part of this morning. I talked with two students, and I was surprised because they knew what we were talking about. They were actually listening, and I asked them what they think about this event and mobility. Now, I don't know what time you students have to leave, perhaps 12, but if you want, just bear with us till the end, because it's going to be very interesting. But I was saying that our next speaker is by Andrea Lorenzini, transport consultant for MEMEX, an engineering consulting company. They deal with logistics, smart cities, and he's going to talk about building the future of rural mobility towards the European Rural Mobility Network. He talks about two projects, Smart and Smarter Net, and I'm curious to know more about these two projects because there are innovative solutions implemented, and I want to know more about how new solutions can face and solve old problems. So sometimes we need to think of something new, right, Andrea? Thank you, thank you. I wish to thank the organizers for inviting me here today. I'll try to give you some food for thought as to rural mobility. This presentation focuses on rural mobility. You've got 10 minutes. This is what this society and company is about. We've been working from 1994 with public administration, transport companies, at local and regional level, design, acquisition, construction management, and management of systems and services in the sector of public transport, and today we'll focus on rural mobility. I don't have much time, so I'll try to keep it short. We hear an awful lot about just transition, how to make rural the transport transformation equal and inclusive for all. And this is these years and city flows sponsor mobility for everyone, everywhere, without leaving anyone behind. There is a gap between urban and rural worlds. In the urban one, we have a number of success stories with huge incentives and investments, with the 5-minute cities, with the white paper on transport, the SUMPs, the smart cities, 100-mission cities, micro-mobility as the mini-metro we have here in Perugia, and so on and so forth. But what has been done in the last 20 years for the rural areas? What have the policies been for these areas? Across Europe, there's a huge problem. That is to say, the lack of policies and responsibility, limited service provision, and consequently, limited mobility and almost 100% dependence on cars and private-owned vehicles. If it was possible to live if we ask ourselves, would it be possible to live in highlands or rural areas without a private-owned vehicle? Well, the answer is no. There are challenges caused by poor mobility provision in rural areas for people, because people need to travel more often and further. There are problems related to cost, energy, and emissions, and isolation and exclusion problems. For communities, there are greater problems in achieving development plans and objectives, among other problems, and there are also problems for regions and member states, such as retention of population, particularly young people and families. What are the aspects, mobility aspects, to be analyzed and resolved? We deal with these problems. I'm an engineer, a civil engineer, so we do deal with these problems. Well, the first one is coverage, type and size of services available, but also everybody talks about mobility, transport, but it is indeed a complex sector. There are problems of planning, reliability, responsibility, accessibility, guaranteeing services, and information to users. These are all aspects related to mobility and transport. All of them need to be faced and solved. The SMARTA initiative was coordinated by us. We were also the promoters of this project, SMARTA, Smart Rural Transport Area, which encompasses research with insight paper and good practices at institutional level in the different member states, a demonstration section with pilot sites and the SMARTA 2 projects, and the policy and recommendations for the European Parliament and the European Commission. The more recent project we've coordinated is the SMARTA Net project, trying to focus on 2040 and on mobility connectivity between rural areas. The project SMARTA Net focused on networking, guidance, and training. What we did was trying to realize a pan-European dimension dealing with rural mobility problems, developing operational documents or guidelines over the 4 key themes. I really have much to say about it, but there's no time, unfortunately. And capacity building aimed at municipalities and institutions for the implementation of these services. These are the key features here in this slide. There's survey over 3,500 people, 58 local training courses, 1 resource management database, 4 guidelines and manuals, and so on and so forth. Today's focus is on the European Rural Mobility Network. Why? The most important problems are not just in Perugia, in Umbria, or in Italy, but across Europe, with different features, because the demographic and geographical features of Italy are different from that of Finland, of Latvia, but the transport networks are the same. So we worked with 15 lighthouse sites, even here in Umbria, in Terni province, with an Narni municipality, with the Franciscan Way in Umbria, a very small municipality in Umbria called Stroncone. So some remote places who'd like to boost their tourism sector as well. And we haven't worked with municipality only, but provinces and regions, and the basins areas are involved as well when it comes to urban planification. So we think there's a need for multi-level planning. There's no time to talk in depth about this slide here, but there's no one-fit-all solution, but we need a variety of solutions that should be feasible and implementable and enforceable. They should implement several services, not just infrastructures, but also services such as a public transport system, community-based systems such as ride sharing, carpooling, car sharing, and last but not least, other specific measures. And this designed ad hoc to meet the needs of rural areas. This is a mapping you can see on our website. Everything is accessible. And this is one of the feasible options for implementing services in rural areas. Last 2 minutes to talk about the European Rural Mobility Network at glance. This is the first network specifically aimed at internal rural areas. We created a path of 6 points with a conference with an increasing interest by different parties and stakeholders. We put them together to share their experience and views, to understand the challenges and foresee the possible future development policies. Our ambition is that of coming up with a shared vision for rural mobility, to share knowledge with, for example, in the Narni municipality, there's on-call bus system that could be shared with other rural areas or other community-based initiatives in Germany, for example. They could give some food for thought for our country as well and could be implemented here as well. We are also a supporter, and I'm the president of this network that's been recently funded, the 28th of July this year. This ERMN. We held a webinar on the 25th of June to talk about how to increase the number of bikers. And there's the website construction is in progress. will be released and made available soon. And I will now conclude with the objective of sharing good practices, studies and knowledge, and encouraging networking, dialogue and collaboration at a pan-European level among stakeholders, strengthen the capacities of rural municipalities, communities, associations, and so on, and act as a collective voice of the sector interacting with European and national institutions, policymakers, and other relevant actors to support policies, strategies, and funding mechanisms in favor of sustainable rural mobility. There's much money spent in this sector. If part of it was invested for rural areas, it would really make a change. I'm concluding now. This is my last slide. There is an event which will be held on the 6th of November. The right to move, the right to stay, tackling rural transport poverty for a fairer Europe. So mobility can indeed favor right for everybody and for a fairer Europe. Thank you, Andrea. I'd have many questions, but unfortunately time's against us. Let's now talk about mobility and migrants. So the problems that clearly, we've talked about the problems that local people, Italian people, have in Italy when it comes to mobility, but think of foreigners. When you have problems with the language or with money, there are even more problems. So we call on stage Wolf Hoffmann, Vice President of the German Road Safety Association in Saxony. Unfortunately, I don't speak German. So Landeswerkstatt Saxony-Anhalt, so excuse my pronunciation. Mr. Hoffmann has a problem. He can't speak for long, so he'll be brief.
Started yesterday evening and her voice was gone. So I will shorten everything a bit and I hope you can stand with it. You can afterwards, you can have a look to the presentation. I think everyone will get the possibility. You can download my presentation and you can have a look to the information. First of all, I would like to, hard to see. I do not want to introduce myself that much. You can read what I am. I only want to point out that I'm on the European level, together with the ETSC, Antonio, in the main council, and I'm vice president of the victims organization, the European Victims Organization, FIVA. So, at the end, I'm talking about our road safety associations. I used to be a policeman, and after my retirement, I did some volunteer work, and this is the organization I work with. First of all, the Victims Organization of Germany, and we are a member of FEVRE and ETSC. There comes the connection from. The DFR will be presented later, so I stopped this as well. I shortened this as well. And this is where I come originally from, where we have made the project with migrants. It's a very old association for road safety. Last year we celebrated our 100 years anniversary. And here you can see we have 16 so-called Landesverkehrswachten. There is in every German federal state there is one association, and in this organization, as you can see, with also dark green points, this is a local organization, and this is what you can see where I come from. This is Saxony-Anhalt, and I come from Magdeburg, which is a square in the middle, so it's a bit in the north of Germany. And now I would like to show you our project we are doing on road safety. If you have a look to this map, you find that we have different target groups for kindergarten school young people, but also for elderly seniors and elderly people. and we go into companies and give information about road safety, about the road safety rules. So, for example, I don't know what it is in Italy, but in Germany, you make your driving license with 18 or a bit more or less, and then you don't have any information about the rules on traffic, and they are changing quite a bit. European rules are coming together with that, and therefore we teach that as well. But today I will show you a bit what we have done with people with migration background, refugees, and you see the colors again. The yellow color means that it is financed from the German government, and the green is financed from ourselves or from the local government of Saxony-Anhalt. And so because of the background, we had the problem that many people were in the country and they do not really know what our rules in the traffic will be. And therefore I have to make sure that I can see it on the screen, sorry about that. We noticed that especially women refugees with their child, they have not been very mobile. They stand in their camp and that is. And so the first idea was that they get a bit more mobility. And if you are able to go with a bicycle, this gives you the chance to come into the city, because normally the camps are not in the middle of the city. They are far outside of the city, and there is public transport, but they don't have the money quite often, and therefore it's a problem, and so we try to give them a bit more independence because of their mobility. And for every project, you need someone who has we call it the head on. Well, he is in charge for everything. I don't want to give you all the information. You can follow that later on. But if there's anything with this project, we go to him. This is Mr. Bott, Christian Bott, and when anything is wrong or something is, you need something or whatever, then it is his position to fix it. And as I have shown you, there are many local traffic guard, translation, Verkehrswachten, and they are used to make moderation, to give lectures. And so this was quite helpful that we can go on with those moderators. And also you have to try to come together with refugees associations. You need an interpreter. I think that will be on the next. Yeah, you need interpreters because of the language barrier. And therefore, we are working always together with the organization who are looking for the refugees and with the camps and things like that. And this is a theoretical model. They have to learn what those signs in the streets are and what we expect to do when they see those signs. And the practical models was very interesting for us. They were not able to go with those bikes. They have to learn this, and you can see they really try to hold them and run behind them to make sure that they are on the right, that they don't fall. So it was really interesting. In my age or younger people in Germany, no one can imagine that you are not able to go with a bike. They started with a going bike when they are like that, and then they come on and come on. But women 30, 40 were not able to drive, and so we have to teach them that first. This is just how many events we had. This is only Saxony-Anhalt. There were in other federal states also, but they don't have this same statistic like we have. It is in Saxony-Anhalt, it's different to the other countries. We are financed from the government of Saxony-Anhalt, and because of that we have to show them what we have done with the money. And so this is very much statistic things. And in the other federal states, there are local clubs who are engaged for road safety, but they don't get money from the government, and therefore they only have probably a statistic on their own. And therefore this is quite well for us. And the problem is, we cannot give you an experience if it works, if it is really safer for them, because we don't have numbers before to 2015, that we don't have numbers behind. We don't collect data, and it was told today that it is very important to have the data, but no one collects the data by an accident where the people come from. That's the point. If they are with a car, then we can have a look on that. But if there's a pedestrian, you will never find, well, they put it in the statistic, but no one collects them. So that's a problem. Well, this is a project in other federal states. I don't have a look that deep. You notice that this voice is even worse, and so I only show you the pictures and have to stop this a bit. This is a possibility for foreign people to inform themselves on road safety. I beg your pardon. I think my colleague from Germany
are suffering with you.
will tell more about, and I give you the opportunity to have a look on that deeper in the papers. Thank you very much. I'm fine, just thank you.
No problem.
Sorry about that.
No problem at all. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. È stato anche molto interessante, devo dire.
It was really interesting, and some countries are really pragmatic, and they don't just talk. So I'll now give the floor to Olivera Gerrick.
Ecco, from
So, Olivera Gerrick, advisor for children, young people and safe cycling mobility at the German Road Safety Council. She'll talk about inclusive mobility in Germany, solutions and pathways for foreigners, right? The floor is yours. A lei la parola. È un piacere essere qui con voi oggi e parlare a questo importante evento. Mi sarebbe molto piaciuto venire di persona, ma sfortunatamente non sono potuta venire. Mi piace tantissimo la vostra lingua, l'italiano, però purtroppo non...
Okay?
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to introduce you to some of the DVR's projects that focus on children and young people, and I will share my screen now. So here you can see our website, which is available from the DVR website. You will find the German Kids Safety Program. I show it to you. So it includes short, engaging videos designed to match children's attention spans, as well as accompanying materials for teachers so that they can continue working on road safety education in preschools and schools after watching the videos. This way can playfully convey the basics of safety. The videos cover the topics of riding a bicycle, riding a scooter, walking to school, taking the bus, and reporting an emergency, and more. We have 6 videos for preschool and 5 videos for the older grades. The videos are kept very short. They are accompanied by handouts where the children can later describe the situations in their own words and also color and pictures. For the older students, there's a clear and illustrative set of questions. The program was originally developed for people, oh, wait a second, please. Talking and showing something at the same time is really hard, yes. The program originally developed for children from refugee backgrounds in 2016. In the meantime, it has also become very popular in regular classes in Germany. For people from other countries, we have developed the road safety program. You can see the app here. It includes short animated video sequences to give people an initial introduction to the complex and sometimes really complicated road traffic system in Germany. And since it is often also linguistically challenging, we have translated these videos into 14 languages. I mean 13 and German, you know, so far. In addition to the videos which show the basic routes, there's an app. And this app can be downloaded on the respective language, free of charge, of course, to help people travel safety from A to B in Germany. The app is designed in a very clear and really user-friendly way and presents the basic traffic routes. For the youngest, we have developed a quiz so that parents and kids can learn together. 2 years ago, oh my God. Yes, here you can see it. I'm sorry. 2 years ago, the DVR, together with the German publishing house, released a Pixie book. I don't know if you know what it is. It's a small book here. A very popular format in Germany. Every mom and dad usually have at least one of them in their bag on every way. This book is aimed at both children and parents. And in it, a little boy named Toby practices his way to school before his first day of school. This is especially important for children preparing to their first day of school. In general, the DVR recommends that parents practice the school route with their children long before the first day, so that the kids are well prepared and can start school without stress because they know the way now. We also recommend involving children in road traffic from early age and taking them along whenever it is possible. Whether on a scooter, a balance bike, or later on a bicycle, the earlier they take part, we think, the quicker and better they understand how traffic works and gain the necessary skills they need to move safely later. This year, we published another Pixie book. We love these Pixie books, which focuses on the challenges children face in traffic when they are passengers. Topics such as turning right, pedestrian crossings, or the emergency corridors are often still difficult for children to understand. In the book, we introduce them to these topics in a playful way, and at the same time, they can learn to read, a win-win situation. In addition, the DVR offer programs where trainers visit schools and kindergartens to work with parents and educational staff. These events take place nationwide in Germany, and they are very favorite. For students in the higher grade levels, we have the youth campaign. For this, we develop teaching materials and attract attention with a competition where up to €1,000 can be won by them. Our aim is to encourage students to work with the topic in class and engage it with intensively. Teachers are encouraged to support their students to this progress. This year, the youth campaign focuses on consideration, being a role model, and adherence to rules. It will start next Monday, so it's really fresh. The former one focuses on riding by bike to school. All these materials are available from us free of charge. Every kindergarten, every school, and also main traffic safety organizations, like my colleague before told you, that work with children request these materials and are very pleased with it. We are currently now on the Cannabis Roadshow in 4 major cities in Germany too. We show young people using an e-scooter simulator, a car simulator, a reaction wall and a walking course, how one reacts under the state of intoxication. The young people can experience for themselves what it feels like to react more slowly and feel unsteady. They can find out what it's like to have to react quick in road traffic under such conditions in cannabis. They are surprised and anxious, and many of them say that they would rather take the public transportation instead of riding a bike or an e-scooter or driving themselves anymore. The truck has been on the road for 2 weeks now, and so far the feedback is really very positive. And of course, we also work with adult road users, and beyond the projects for children and young people, we have much more in our program. Our main concern, like I think every one of us, is that no one should lose life in traffic anymore. Yes, and I will thank you. Grazie. I'm finished.
Thank you. Thank you, Olivera. Prossimo intervento arriva invece dalla Francia.
The next speaker will talk from France. We have Claire Barrault, connected remotely from Nantes in France. She is a regional representative of the French association AGIR, and she'll talk about it in a minute. Yeah. Good morning. My name is Claire Barrault. I'm in charge of AGIR, ABCD. It's an association of volunteers and retired people. Thank you for the opportunity of talking to such an important event of the retired volunteers as a resource for road safety for migrants in France. It might seem a banal point of view, but it is indeed extremely important for our association. And it is based on intergenerational support, both in France and internationally. We have several associations, and I'd like to introduce you this one, a national association of retired people whose objective is the integration of vulnerable groups for to facilitate migrants to get a driving license. We have a number of volunteers helping around 250 people who have problems in getting a driving license, passing the test for the driving license. And we've seen positive results. People who've been able, migrants have been able to get their driving license thanks to our volunteers. For many people, not getting their driving license is a problem, not only because they don't know enough about our highway code, but because they don't know much about the language or the culture. And this causes exclusion because they don't have a passport for work and they can't fully be integrated in the community. The driving license is something you cannot do without, especially in rural areas, because there are some places in France which are absolutely remote. So it is indeed important, this project, to include each and everybody and to give everybody equal opportunities. One of the participants told us they were proud for having obtained the driving license in France and in French, and indeed there are many migrants who were who already had a driving license in their own home countries, but it wasn't acknowledged and recognized and usable in France. Getting a driving license is a hard thing to do. There is a theory test. There are 40 questions, complicated questions for those people who don't master the language well. The language structure, the sentence structure is difficult, and they have up to 20 seconds to answer the question. The migrants we support are supported also by volunteers, that they're there to support them in, once again, getting their driving license. The aims of our scheme are acquiring basic knowledge of the highway code, and we contribute to improve their self-confidence. We help them in better understanding French, and we also work on the structure of the written questions of the test. We also, the work we do on the highway code clearly contribute to equal access to driving license in the hosting country, and a key tool is also a key tool for social and professional integration. Many migrants fear driving school. They fear not passing the test. They fear the unknown. So we developed an active teaching approach to help them to make the questions and the books more accessible. And this helps them in overcoming the first step, which is a driving license, which is an access to the world of work. And it's also motivating them or remotivating them because they thought it would have been too difficult for them to get there. A minimum level of language fluency is required, otherwise it could have a discouraging effect. Clearly, we need to have enough staff to help them, to help these people in doing so. It's an important, a key work and job because the users have such a diverse background that it's very difficult, also from a cultural and social point, to work with them at times. There are many success stories we'd like to share with you. Migrants are proud of having passed such a difficult test, also for French people. What's more, we've been having more and more people that in the last 10 years have asked to be part of this project. We do think that this project can be replicated in any European context, and it combines language learning, citizenship, and road safety. It is simple, human, and practical response to challenges of inclusion of not only migrants, but for everybody, everywhere. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you for your speech. It's extremely interesting. This is the second example. In the first one, we saw an app helping those who have also language barriers. And here, this is another example of projects who help people overcoming language barriers. There's also another project we're talking about in the next panel. We have Marisa Parmigiani, Director of Unipolis Foundation, Luca Giordano, Head of Corporate Social Responsibility at Unipol, Tiziano Pesce, National President of WISP, the Italian Union of Sport for All, because everybody knows that even sports are important. And we have Alfredo Boenzi, National Secretary of UNASCA, the National Union of Driving Schools and Consultancy. Welcome, everybody. And finally, we have Andrea De Bonis, Syrian Integration I'm sorry, I made a mistake, but anyway, Andrea De Bonis from the UN Agency for Refugees of the United Nations Commissioner for Refugees. So this, they are all central and important for when it comes to inclusion, especially when it comes to inclusion and mobility. There is an important project called Stradabile, and we have a video first to present the project. Being able to get around provides freedom and access to work and education, offering chance for a better future. However, for those who've traveled far, it can represent a barrier. Unfamiliar languages, new rules, and prohibitive costs, cycling can seem daunting. Stradabile breaks down these barriers with two practical initiatives: 200 migrant women learning to ride a bike, showing their children that every road can be home. 300 refugees and asylum seekers are taking a road safety course, and 100 of them will receive concrete support to obtain a driving license and gain new independence. These initiatives are taking place in 9 cities spanning the country from north to south over 16 months, from September 25 to December 26. This is made possible thanks to the involvement of sports educators, language mediators, and bespoke training courses. Practical support comes in the form of vouchers to obtain a driving license, and most importantly, a free multilingual online platform which has been developed in cooperation with future users to help them learn, find their way around, and feel part of the community. The Unipolis Foundation is able to deliver all this thanks to WISP, UNASCA, the UNHCR crew, and the many local organizations that support us. We don't just offer courses and licenses, driving licenses, we build communities that move together towards the same future. Stradabile is not a destination, it's a direction.
Una direzione, Marisa Parmigiani.
It's a direction. Which direction, Marisa Parmigiani? Well, first of all, a direction towards integration and access for all. It's becoming more and more central, the focus on social equalities. Unipolis Foundation, through their measures and across the themes, it's always been aiming at accompanying the most fragile and vulnerable people to put them in the right conditions to play a fair part in the society. So as our French colleague was saying, mobility is a fundamental right, which is at the very base of rights in general. And this is the reason why we decided to support them in this path towards independence. We decided to do so together with partners that made us able to put together knowledge, networks, relationships, because this project has two big problems. One is that we live in a world full of migrants, but it's very difficult to identify them and take them on board with our project. Because we talk about these projects for migrants among us, not with them. So it's very difficult to work with them. Same goes for teenagers. We talk about teenagers or young people among us, but not with them. So it's very difficult to get to the target group. So as our French colleague was saying, the language barrier is there. The technical terminology is there. And if they need to face challenges such as getting a driving license, well, they need support, competent support, people who know what they have to deal with. But they also need to have the right language to talk to them. Let's move to Mr. De Bonis. From your viewpoint, you have a privileged viewpoint, privileged not in the nice sense of words, because you deal with people who suffer, but we've been talking about it for 3 hours of how important it is for migrants and refugees and for them to be able to access to everything, being able to get around, to know how to be independent, and so on and so forth. So what's your idea? I'm extremely interested in the project they have in Germany on bikes, because we say that riding a bike is easy peasy, but it's not so. So I was very interested in that project. Thank you for your question. I here represent the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and I wish first and foremost to thank Fondazione Unipolis for such an important project. We decided to, when we were invited here, we decided to take part with no second thoughts. First of all, because of the result, the objective of this project, which is giving a driving license to 100 people. The project Stradabile aims at giving a driving license to 100 people, migrants and refugees, but also including this issue, so mobility as a factor of integration, at the top of political agendas. Let me say that at the UN, we're not used to taking part to such initiatives where we talk about mobility and inclusion for migrants, for refugees. Well, but moving and getting around is a fundamental right, isn't it? Yes, indeed. It is a key issue for integration. The UNHRC has recently published research on the social economic integration of refugees. It was issued last May. It's been a long research project aiming at giving concrete data on refugees in Italy based on 1,200 interviews on 14 cities in Italy. And the first result is that we have 43 refugees living in very poor conditions and 77% in relative poverty condition. This is alarming data, both for Italian people and for migrants and refugees themselves. This is not the right context to give you all the finding of this study, but I want to tell you that among the 1,200 people interviewed who've been living here for more than 5 years, 95% do not have a vehicle or a means of transport available. And this has a huge impact, a negative impact, on their ability to integrate with the community. At the UN, we've been working with a program to welcome refugees and accompany them to the labor market and job, to help them in finding a job. We have around 900 companies within our networks, and they are available to include refugees in their workforce. Well, we have many companies telling us that the inclusion process is difficult because when they have their production plants in industrial areas, the first question we need to address is there a public transport system getting there to the industrial area or rural area? If the answer is no, well, we cannot include migrants or refugees because it's very difficult for them, not owning a car or a vehicle, to get there. But can I ask you a question? You remember the discussion on scooters. Scooters were very much used by migrants because they are cheap, and we raised many safety and security issues, and they are a bit unsafe. But this is not something we heard a lot today. No one thought about depriving them of the only means of transport they can actually afford, combating the use of scooter? Well, the problem is really complex because I don't want to make it simple, but this is a huge problem. In using scooters, there are huge safety problems. I was having a meeting with UNASCA representatives, and they have people with serious injuries or health problems caused by accidents on scooters. But yes, but we saw that stands true for pedestrians as well, and nobody tells them not to walk. Yes, of course, we do have problems with pedestrians as well. There are risks for pedestrians as well. We do know that scooters are a huge resource for migrants, but mobility is measured by distances. So if we talk about going and working in remote or rural areas, industrial areas, that's not something that scooters would have made possible. That's why I wasn't mentioning scooters. Let me also say that nowadays, driving license in Italy can be achieved, and the test can be taken in French, German, Italian, and English. So in Italy, you can sit the test with several languages. So there are many refugees who can sit the test and take their driving license even if they don't know the Italian language. Well, this is indeed interesting. Thank you for your contribute.
Now, Luca Giordano, the promotion to road safety. Well, I think that an insurance is needed. I don't know if you would like to start from this assumption. As responsible in corporate social responsibility, I don't know if you want to start from this topic. Thank you very much for the invitation. I wanted to talk about that, about a new financial intuition. For decades, we have been building road safety paths. So my point of view is really targeted on how an industrial actor plans safety measures for households, for companies, for people. So safety is a topic, and we will later talk about other factors that are worsening, that are increasing the need of safety and are worsening our fragile points. But I would like to say that to build security, we need to commit to people that want to have an insurance. Otherwise, it is not possible to have a functioning insurance. Yes, because their behaviors have an impact on that. So we have to understand how to make people signing insurance programs, citizens that tackles problems when we talk about safety, but it also is important for geopolitical risks, for health risks, and for other topics too. If we talk about mobility, we have been planning and building such projects for many years with our knowledge, with our technologies. And we have been planning road safety projects. And I have listened and appreciated the presentations and the speeches presented earlier today, the one by Nicola Christie in particular. We have polarized societies. We have an economic polarization. We know that in Italy, people people of 15 years old have the greatest part of the money. We have a situation that has an impact on security. We have a polarization concerning the age of our citizens, and this will keep giving problems to our population and to our security situation. We have a polarization between city centers and suburbs, cities and inland areas, highland areas, and we have socio-demographic polarizations. We have Italians, we have migrants, and so on. We need to build inclusion solutions, different inclusion solutions. We have to work on economic, social inclusion, because this has a huge impact on us. Just to give a last example, when we talk about city planning, road planning, and mobility, a great institution such as Unipol can offer to the communities we have, thanks to the activities and the projects we have, thanks to Unipol regional committees. And I would like to thank the Council of the Region Umbria, that is a co-organizer of this conference. Thanks to them, we can plan those tools to carry out our mobility planning, for example. And that's how we can have a fair transition, and we can use the tools we already have. We can monitor millions of vehicles every day, 24 hours a day. We can do that. We should use that to plan a city planning. For example, we can measure all the people using the brakes at last. Yes, that's it. But we don't have to wait until the last minute. And of course, in-built technologies in vehicles are important, and engine and fuel engines have another kind of pollution than electric vehicles. But to have more sustainable, but to buy more sustainable vehicles, you need to spend much money. So it is important that people can access to a certain area of a city, not just because they have a specific vehicle. You said that your intervention would have been specific, but I'm going to ask you something even more specific. Well, I have heard about figures, really high figures, and I'm not going to tell those figures, but they were really impressive. The cost of those accidents, well, it is a high figure, and I think that it could be used to make mobility even more efficient. Well, what's the cost of accident concerning damages, casualties, disabilities, and injuries? Well, the cost is really, really high. It has an impact on our GDP. I don't remember the figure. Well, you don't remember. I thought that it was 1% or 2%. Okay, let's go on. I would like to conclude this part. I would like now to give the floor to Alfredo Buenzi, National Secretary of UNASCA and National Union of Driving Schools. I would like to talk about vouchers, but I think that this won't change your budget. But I would like to ask you something else. That's a very interesting point. I think that we should need the help by the Association of Transport Workers to talk about that. In Europe, we have difficulties to find people who want to work in driving trucks. and buses, I think that we just cover 40% of the total demand. Well, what can we do? I think that this could be a great opportunity. But of course, these people should have their driving license. So much remains to do, isn't it? I don't know if you have something to say about that. Of course, we should consider many aspects. The first one is that we welcome this project because getting the driving license is not just the acquisition of a document, but you can get a status. You can have a status symbol. Let's think about people that come to our country that have lost everything. They can reborn thanks to the driving license. And our work will be useful not just to give those people skills and competences and knowledge, but also other kinds of competences. During our training, we also have a few moments during which we talk about the education to respect. To answer your question, we have a lack of drivers in our country, and this problem is not just connected to the lack of driving license. We would need 10,000 drivers in Italy, but we have 12,000 specific driving license B and C. So there's something that isn't working. We have discussed it. Very often, we have noticed something difficult. People find it difficult to enter into this sector because this job activity is really difficult and challenging. Foreign people are starting to make this kind of job activities because Italian workers are discouraged. That's the reason why we cannot find drivers, because people that have a specific driving license don't want to make this kind of job activity. Yes, that's it. And the pay rates are not so high. We are trying to make sensibility campaigns. We are having 20 projects now in Italy. And we had the opportunity to get to know Francesco Moneda and his project. And we had the chance to meet 20,000 young people. Because through this awareness-raising campaigns, we noticed that the drivers of the future can work better. So our goal is not just to get them to get the license, but to have a better behavior, a behavior that is aware. So now our young people wait until they are 18 or 16 to get their license to gain their role in the society. Concerning electrical bicycles and scooters, also connecting to foreign people, this goes beyond the need for training. So I go back to the figures because, you know, insurance agents are very precise on that because that's their work. Without training, of course, we have a higher number of accidents. That's true. Okay, Let's conclude this discussion with the intervention from Tiziano Pesce, ISP National President, Italian Association Sport for All. You are partner of this initiative concerning the section Stradabile a Pedali, the project that that aims to increase the competences of those who want to go by bike. So it's a link project, we can say, between bicycles as a sport activity and bicycle as a mobility tool. We don't remember that bicycles were born as a means of transport. Now we have electrical bicycles, and in the last years they have been very successful. We can use electrical bicycles to go to work, to commute to work without sweating a lot. It is very important for sports too, of course, but it is also a tool for integration. Yes, it is. Good morning, and thank you very much. I would like to thank you on behalf of the association. I would like to thank Unipolis, all the group, Unipol, as WISP. We have been working on the topic about safety with our members and sports associations. We have been working with Unipol since 2017, and it is compulsory that all our members, our directors and people doing sports respect all the safety measures. We have to protect and stick to the safety measures. We have many associations. We work with Association of Social Promotion with more than 10,000 members. For WISP, our aim since 1948, when our association was founded, is working on the territory to make sport accessible to everyone. We're talking about the social importance of sport. We like to do that, and I always like to stress something. Today it is the 19th September, and if we think about the importance of sport, on the 20th September of 2023, the Italian Parliament gave the green light to the 7th paragraph of the Article 33. It means that the educational, social aspect of sport has been finally recognized. So sport activities are part of that. Bicycles are an amazing tool. Of course, it is important for sport itself, but also to have access to work, to independence. Bicycles are amazing, and I should recall the use of bicycles during the war in Italy in the 40s, after the Second World War. So this project was born from many other activities and initiatives promoted by sport associations in Italy. And in the last years, we also have the opportunity to promote many projects. One of the last is transfer, and Fondazione Unipolis is national partner. This project focuses on a fair transition for our sustainable development goals of the Agenda 2030 are key. We are talking about fair transition, and we wanted to combine into this topic also the access to sport, because sport is not just competition. It's not just great sport competition. It is important also for other reasons. because sport should be a right for everyone and should be part of public policies in municipalities, in cities too. In the past, sport councillor weren't considered very important, but they should be, because when we talk about sport, we talk about education, transport, city planning, healthcare. And this is also important because it is connected to sport. And so I go back to the use of bicycles. We use bicycles to commute to work, to university or to school. And when we use our bicycles to commute to work or to school, we do a physical activity, which is good for our health and for our life. This promotes the welfare and it tackles inequalities. If we think about our project, this is a very good project because we can work about other companies, for example, the third sector with social promotion association. And we also work with cultural mediators. There's great work to tackle inequalities and to overcome fragilities. So everyone can choose their own means to choose the means of transport. Of course, bicycles cannot be used the same way in Perugia or in Rimini. But we have many, many cities in the world where bicycles are or already are a part of the everyday lives. But if we look at the statistics, we can see that the impact on health is really good. So I think that we could conclude. I would like to thank Marisa Parmigiani, Luca Giordano, Tiziano Pesce, Alfredo Boenzi, and Andrea De Bonis for their contribution. Thank you very much. We are approaching to the end of this session of this morning, and I think that we can stick to the timing. This last session concerns perspectives and trajectories. We will talk about mobility, concerning environment and sustainability and internal areas. The first intervention will be by Daniel Wohl. He is connected remotely. He comes from the Directorate-General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission. He is the head of the project for Baltic countries and Finland, but will represent today the entire directorate. He will talk about a social climate fund, a fund of the EU aimed to help vulnerable users, companies, and so on. Welcome, Daniel.
You can hear me well?
Yeah, very good.
Yes, okay. Unfortunately, I can't be with you today in Italy, but I'll try to do my best to make it up from here. So thanks for the nice introduction. So indeed, I'm Daniel Wohl, working at the European Commission at DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. I'm head of unit there for a team of around 17 people. And we're notably dealing currently with the Social Climate Fund. So also greetings from my director, Katarina Ivankovich-Knežević. And if we could get the presentation going, then I could take you quickly through our work and our contribution to your interesting conference.
Timer, per favore.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks a lot.
No, that's not for you.
So if we go to the next slide. So I wanted to give you a bit on the framework of transport poverty. What do we understand by transport poverty and how is this related to the context of this conference? So mainly we are talking about the 3 A's, so availability, accessibility, affordability. So ideally all of these 3 A's would be present. If not, we may have a question of transport poverty. This also falls under Principle 20 of the European Pillar of Social Rights, which provides the right to access essential services of good quality. Overall, still it remains a pretty complex matter. So when we look into transport poverty, we have noticed it's not only a rural phenomenon, but of course the challenge and the issue is greater in rural areas. There's a particular effect on vulnerable populations, and I'll come to this more in detail a bit later. And we have noticed that the greatest impact to address transport poverty we have with measures supporting lower and lower middle income households in underserved areas, so usually more on the countryside, and that we focus on the most vulnerable, but also on more innovative transport solutions like shared mobility, as well as increasing public transport. On the next slide, we now come a bit to the Social Climate Fund and what the Social Climate Fund can help there. And I am already to say it might also be interesting for you here, for this audience. So in case you have never heard about the Social Climate Fund, we are now introducing the Emission Trading System 2 that follows up the Emission Trading System 1, and it's a carbon pricing mechanism. So it gives a price tag to buildings and to road transport that continue emitting fossil fuels and continue using fossil fuels. So basically, if you continue using fossil fuels for your heating, for diesel cars and so on, the price of this will be higher. But on the other side, to mitigate and to decrease the social impact of these price increases on the vulnerable households, on transport user, micro enterprises, there's the Social Climate Fund. And the Social Climate Fund can give close to 87 billion over the next couple of years, so until 2032. And how does this work? If you want to have access to this money, the member states are now preparing the so-called social climate plans, which are detailing the investments and the measures that they do with the Social Climate Fund. So most of these are now in preparation, and public consultation is an essential component of these preparations. So for you, it may be interesting to really reach out to your government, also to your local government, and see what's currently being prepared and whether there are any measures that may be of interest for you specifically. So on the next slide, we'll go a bit further on what the Social Climate Fund entails. So as you see, there's now the first definition of transport poverty, new legislation, thanks to the Social Climate Fund. I won't go into detail there, but just to say it's a highly targeted fund. So it really needs to be targeted and address the vulnerable, the transport poor, those areas that are underserved. So you cannot, like with other EU funds, just go across the country. You really need to look into the regions and at the people that are most in need. And just as a last point there, so there's also a point for funding shared and also zero or low emission mobility. And there's a preference, of course, for zero emission vehicles. So on the following slide, we'll now really go sort of on the concrete measure. So if you could change the, yeah, thanks. So to give you more of an idea and so that you can picture really more of what the Social Climate Fund can finance. So one popular measure that we also support a lot is transport on demand. It's also luckily kind of being taken up in the 4 member states that I'm dealing with. So the Finland and the Baltic, 3 Baltic states. So this notably ensures mobility in remote and rural areas where there's not enough public transport available. You of course need to see a bit how to make it workable, the whole scheme. So there should be a flexibility between the reduced demand because you go more outside to the countryside. But then you still, of course, there should be sufficient demand for this on-demand transport solutions. So we are talking about usually microbuses, so smaller buses, sometimes even, personal vehicles, normal cars. And what we also would like to see then is that this on-demand transport is connected to the normal public transport. So like the existing transport schemes, transport plans, so that you maybe do the first mile connectivity with on-demand transport, and then the rest of the route you can do by public transport or vice versa. And this is notably of interest for vulnerable populations, also for older people who do not have or cannot afford or cannot drive anymore a car, or also generally for less affluent parts of the population who simply, due to the cost of a car, cannot afford a car but still need to do, like, go to the doctor or go to the public administrations and get the needed services there. So on the next slide, we see another measure that we kind of see quite popular in some member states. So this is what we call inclusive micromobility. So basically bikes, e-bikes, also cargo bikes, could in theory also be, you know, scooters or whatever, but I think the focus is really on bikes and electric bikes. There, again, of course, you also need to see which areas are relevant for this. So you need to target areas with a high proportion of vulnerable transport users, so where transport is simply not sufficient currently. And there's also the possibility to either give a contribution if people purchase a new bike or a new electric bike, and there's also the possibility to fund new bicycle lanes. Or also bicycle shelters or similar equipment that you need for bicycles simply. We also have, on the last point, you see also an interesting proposal from one of my member states. So there we're looking into investments for persons with reduced mobility, so basically wheelchairs, electric wheelchairs and similar equipment. And we think if sufficiently targeted to really reach those who in transport need, this could really help to achieve an inclusive approach and reduce transport poverty also for this type of persons. On the next slide, we go then to the more traditional support for regional public support.
Avanti con slide, per favore. Grazie.
Yeah, so this is more the classical transport networks that can be financed as well by the Social Climate Fund. So like buses, of course, again, you need to look at the areas that have low population density, that have demand in rural areas where the public transport network is currently not sufficient. And there, as I said, so you need to look how to keep these lines economically viable. So ideally, or we would like to see that also after, once the support from the Social Climate Fund runs out, so after 32, these lines keep being operated, keep being, in business. And as I said before, there should also be synergies between the on-demand transport and the existing networks. I mean, the Social Climate Fund could also help then to replace aging fleets, in particular buses. So this could help to switch to zero or low emission vehicles to reduce the impact of the emission trade system too on the prices. And it could also help to serve more appropriate vehicle types and sizes if you notice that you need, for example, bigger or smaller buses to serve the lines that are currently run. So I'm already coming to the last slide, which is about social service mobility. Might also be of your interest. So there's also a possibility to finance the mobility of healthcare and social service providers. For example, buying electric vehicles for these providers. So this would then help that people who cannot or do not wish to move to the social service providers to get social services, that the providers come to them. Again, this would need to be targeted, so would need to reach people who are vulnerable transport users, so I guess especially in remote areas or for higher age people that cannot really move easily anymore. But this is also one possibility, and provided the targeting as well, would be eligible under the Social Climate Fund. So, on the next slide, as you see, I'm already thanking you for your attention. I hope
Thank you.
this has been useful, very useful for you to
Yeah.
get an insight on what
Thank
the Social
you.
Climate Fund can finance. And I wish you all the best with the remainder of the conference and also with the next speaker, Annalise Corrado.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. Allora, ecco, ci ha già menzionato.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. Daniel has already mentioned our next speaker. We've been trying to connect with her because she should be connected remotely. She is on a boat on her way to Gaza, so it's a bit difficult for us to connect with her. Let's see. It's a bit difficult to put questions on mobility right now when we are dealing with much bigger problems. My personal assistant is in the West Bank to be closer to people there and to report on what's going on. I've got shivers down my back while talking about it, but again, let's try to connect with Annalisa. And in the meantime, I would ask Pierluigi Vossi, local councillor for sports, mobility and related infrastructure for the municipality of Perugia, who is in charge of the closing remarks. I would like for him to come on stage and be patient in case we get to connect with Annalisa. Thank you.
Dove vuole?
Eccoci qua.
Here we are. I have taken a few notes. Good morning, everyone. I had a task making the closing remarks. I have to ask you to stick to the timing. I will, of course. Well, thinking about what has been said, I'm thinking about the beautiful lady that is 78 years old, if I am not wrong, that gathers many, many articles concerning also the many topics we have mentioned. I'm talking about the law, and I'm talking about the article number 10. This article is about refugees, and the Article 2 is about the right of self-determination. And there's also another right that has been written in this text, the right to move. You have talked about one of the issue that a councillor for of a city as Perugia lives every day, and we always read those topics in the faces of the people that live here. Perugia has always been a city where people of different countries live. We have a university for foreign students. And Perugia has always welcomed foreign people. We wanted this city to be a place for everyone. Perugia is the 11th wider municipality in Italy. We have many regulations, city planning regulations, that made it possible that the Acropolis of Perugia had been abandoned by students and by other people, vulnerable people with low incomes. In the suburbs surrounding Perugia, a big mistake has been made. The suburbs have been abandoned, and the works have been made just in a small part of Perugia. Just 12% of the city is connected by public transport, and this 12% of the city is a part where people that have higher possibilities live. So you know that we are also first in a list, regional and local list. We just have 17.1% of the population that goes on foot. Well, who does that? People with low income. We have many areas of the city where buses don't pass, don't stop. We have people that don't have sideways to walk, so they go by car. They don't have well-lighted streets, so they go by car. I don't know if Perugia has been chosen as a venue for this event for its beautiful landscapes. But I think that Perugia is a city where it is important to analyze and to tackle all these difficult aspects. And I think that this discussion gave us, made us willing to tackle these issues. We are facing these issues and we want our city to be even more sustainable. The mayor, Ferdinandi, has already mentioned the great infrastructure we have in Perugia. These are the results of a great vision we had in the past. That great structure, that great surface suburb, you can see the mini metro. It's really good, and it foresees an alternative way of moving, ecologic, eco-friendly, and, well, also with an affordable price. We gave the opportunity to our citizens to use these infrastructures, but just paying a ticket of 50 cents. It is possible to use all local means of transport with just a 50 cents ticket. And this mini metro also keeps its rides in the night and during the weekends. This is how Perugia has become a good city to live in, because many people cannot walk. People with disabilities, for example. We are committing to change the mobility in Perugia. Perugia was born thinking about the wheel transport of horses, for example. Our roads are really narrow, so we don't need big cars or big vehicles. We need small buses. We had those buses in the past. We need this fleet to come back to Perugia. So I really would like to help you, and I owe you this acknowledgement, because I think that the future of mobility must pass from here, through Perugia. Thank you very much, Pierluigi Vossi. Well, your intervention was a real pleasure. We cannot connect with Annalisa Corrado, but let me say something. These initiatives are sometimes discussed. We can have doubts on the utility, but we cannot discuss on the bravery and the courage of the people that do such initiatives. So even if she cannot hear us, I would like to dedicate to her a round of applause. So I think that since we are sticking to the timing, I would like to talk about the pictures that are surrounding us today. I think that it is a nice way to wrap up the discussion we had today. If Francesco Minelli is with us, here he is. He is the president of the association La Casa degli Artisti, Artist House. This association promoted this small personal exhibition by Teresa Chiaraluce, the artist. The topic is urban landscape, and it is an unconventional exhibition about the topics we discussed today. If you would like to say something to wrap up this event, the floor is yours. Yes, I'll be very, very quick. Thank you for the invitation to this wonderful event and this day. I would like to thank Teresa Chiaraluce, the artist that brought these paintings here with her wonderful vision. I would like to invite you to try to feel what these pictures show. And thank you very much once again. Thank you. If you want to say something, the floor is yours. I would like to say that my paintings represent a path that I have made on foot. Now I am retired, but when I used to commute from home to the workplace I worked in, I loved to go on foot because I could think about the problems I had in the past, but I could also walk, and I liked it. Commuting every day on foot pushed me to find beauty and poetry. For example, going through subways, underway passages, crossing the road, or by seeing people going by car or by mini metro in Perugia. I think that paying attention to different feelings is poetic, as my path is, as all paths are. When we can go by on foot or by bike, for example. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think that we could wrap up this meeting. Thank you very much for staying with us. On behalf of Unipolis and all the co-organizers, I think that this day has been very interesting and has given us food for thought. So enjoy your meal and have a nice rest of the day.